Alrighty. I went and moved a little bit further away from where we suddenly got separated last night, so we wouldn't be hearing the fountain. But yeah, here we are in Elpis. We get we got sent back in time using the Crystal Tower and the last of Elizabeth's ether that was trapped within it. And yeah, once we got here, Emmett Silk basically made us you know, more tangible by giving us more ether. So I'm curious what kind of greater ramification that's gonna have. But yeah, so we've been going around with Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus here, as they're trying to evaluate Emmis, also known as Van Daniel in the future, the guy who fused with, Emmett, or, no, the guy that fused with Zodiac and killed it and brought on the final days and all that other stuff. So this place is, we're literally back in Amarat, in a place where they test out new creations to see if they get to become full-on things. So, but yeah, this has been a really interesting place just because of how much direct involvement we've been able to do with Emmett Zelk and Hythlodaeus. Just because these two are like already characters I really liked a lot, and getting to see them like in their like youth basically before one died and the other got tempered by Zodiark is rather interesting. What? You want to apologize for forcing me to help you too, do you? Save your breath. You didn't force me to do anything. I merely chose the most expeditious way to have done with an impediment to our business. Alright, there we go. Something seems to be weighing on Hermes' mind. Tell me, Echo, in the course of watching me, have you learned aught of value? Dynamis seems really promising. Dynamis, you say? Curious that such an obscure phenomena should be of interest to you. Chief Hermes, what good fortune to find you here. Is something the matter? The Icon. I'm afraid it's done it again. No sooner did we release it to Jerusalem for observation than it set upon the nearby Occupits, slaughtering them. Was the creature hungry or somewhat provoked? I had just fed them myself, and the Occupants were keeping a wide berth. It is the nature of the Icon that is to blame. Their innate is viciousness. Temperament aside, it is an outstanding creature, perfect in form and function. Though it may not be suited for release, I've no doubt that the Bureau will accept its concept for preservation. In any case, there's no point in postponing the inevitable. Doros will revert them all once the paperwork is in order. Where is the scene of the incident? Just off the path to the 12 Wonders. As you make your way... Whoa! Venus be nearby, I'm sneezing. As you make your way, you should see it on the left. I don't know if Doris is still there, though, however. Hermes, wait! I wonder if these guys are like, why are your ears pointing like that? If this is part of his work, then I would observe it. We follow. Alright. Fair enough. Alright. I'm not gonna lie, as soon as I saw that name, it just made me immediately go like, Icon! Like summonings, primals. Oh no. Yeah, think about the concept of icons probably do exist in this world. Because, I mean, that's what they use to make, Zodiac and Hyland, but I guess the question then becomes, to what degree do they exist currently? Hylomisis notos. Huh. They're like deer birds. The laceration burns are unmistakable. Lechion was indeed responsible. But the creature is nowhere to be seen. Doris must have taken it away. The man had made his way at the 12 Wonders. I shall go and seek him out there. And Mitselk and I will search the area for good measure, just to make sure the Ikion did not escape. Lycion. I guess it's no? My thanks. Let us meet at the 12 Wonders when you have finished. I will go on ahead. Please follow Teko. Come, come! It's down this path over the bridge. Okay. So we're heading over here towards another whatchamacname it? Another aetheryte. That's good. I feel as if this area is not going to be connected to another map. Okay. Just right in front of the aetheryte. Griffins! Grips. Griffins are always really cool. Medion. There it is, the 12 Wonders. Hermes is looking for Doris. Let's look for Doris too. He's a man with long blonde hair. I know. I'll know him when I see him. Alright. Bion. What an enchanting familiar. I would be delighted to assist in your little journey of discovery and personal growth. What do you do here? My role is to maintain the wonders, and thus the climate of Elpis. I ensure that our every environment meets the needs of our flora, fauna, and the staff, of course. Environs represent each part of Aetheris are recreated here in Elpis, that we might gain a robust understanding of our concept's potential. As such, maintaining the appropriate balance region by region is tricky work, but more than worth the effort. What kind of place is this? The 12 Wonders is the wellspring of Elpis' weather, after a fashion. Here do we employ the latest spellcraft from Emerald to maintain and adjust the sorted climes through which our creations frolic, for test purposes. Naturally, as in any other part of Elpis, we also observe the experiment with said concepts, this conversation being perhaps one such experiment. Alright. Blonde-haired woman. If you are Miss Meteon, I can assume you're on an errand for Hermes. What can I do for you? Sorry, wrong person. We're looking for Doris. Ah, I see. We do have similar hair, so people often mistake us from afar. I hope you'll find him soon. Let's go ahead and attune to the aetheryte. And get some water. I wonder how bonkers the last bit of my VOD is going to be for last night's stream. Once I get back and record today's results, I can finally be put to the report to bed. No, Doris, his hair is long, but the curl is wrong. Surrounded by such wonders, one cannot help but envision new concepts, not all of them good, mind you. Doris, that's Doris! Well now, if it isn't Meteon, what brings you here? Oh, I thought I heard familiar voices. I didn't realize you two had decided to help me search for Doris. Thank you. You're in charge of the Ikion, yes. I believe. Where are they now? Out in the field in restraints. Frenzied as they were, I couldn't well return them to Kitsis. Once they've supported my report, I will see them referred without delay. It's as he says. The beasts were indeed quite ferocious. You're the one of the 14. What brings you here? Nothing you need to concern yourself with, as you were. We heard the news. The Acheon slaughtered the occupates. As the observer in charge, you are of the opinion they are not fit to be released? I am. They have abnormal aggression and exceptional strength make for a highly problematic combination. It matters not where they are released. Acheons, like to their elves, like Lycaons, would threaten other species and upset the natural order. Could it be that the specimens observed are an outliner? Highly unlikely. We've created a good many of them, all exhibit the same tendencies. Even when we used Kairos to begin with a fresh slate, their behavior was unchanged. Kairos? A memory reconfiguration system. The chief himself created it. It allows us to erase or alter memories so that we may observe creations in a different environment or environmental conditions without needing to remake them from scratch. Quite impressive, and potentially dangerous, depending on the intensity of the etheric emissions. Pashat, Pashtrot, Pashtra, Pashtarot may wish to have words with you. Rest assured I've kept all values within prescribed limits, and to prevent misuse, its applications are limited to those authorized by the Chief Overseer. Do not misunderstand. Manipulate the subject's memory is an intrusive act I deeply abhor, but it is still preferred to execution. Come now, Chief, let's not be so melodramatic. What is born of ether is simply being reduced to its original state. I know the distinction concerns you, but we mustn't lose sight of the bigger picture, making rational choices for the sake of a more prosperous star. If a creation cannot be studied properly, or studied even with the aid of Kairos, we remake it. If a creation is deemed uh, existence is a detrimental existence, we unmake it. 'Tis all for the greater good, and none question the necessity of such routine processes. I understand these things, I do. I would never think to unleash a clear and undeniable threat onto the world. Yet insignificant though individual lives may be next to all creation, it is all the Acheons have. Before we seal their fates, we owe it to these beings to exhaust all options, to ensure that nothing has been overlooked. If you insist, let me provide you with a full report, and we may take it from there. Would it be possible for us to attend the discussion, that Emmett Silk may be better carry out his duties? By all means. Pray show them to the meeting room. Sure thing. She's feeling sad for him. Being an empath must be hard. To man, other beings are just things, to be used or controlled, like magic. That's what Hermes told me once. You needn't be an entelechy to feel the weight bearing down on Hermes. I fear the succession may take a while, during which time... Raytheon. I just woke up. Raytheon, are you feeling unwell? It's not me, Hermes, it's you. Won't go to the meeting. I'll stay with Eka. Though I am to impose, may I leave Mithion in your care? Again, leave it to me. I'm in your debt, if you'll excuse me. One moment, please. There we go. Cleared my throat a little bit. Right, Median, what do you want to do?
Can you help me with something, Echo? The meeting will make Hermes sad. I want it to cheer him up with a flower.
Hermes like flowers most of all the creations of Nelpus.
Most creations are expected to be interesting, or beautiful, or strong, better in some way. But flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions, and what we feel and want to convey. Hermes like that. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one. And I want you to search with me. Let's start here, at the 12 Wonders.
Alright. I wonder what kind of flowers you like. I feel you'll just pick something that I'd like. So I gotta make sure I pick something that I like something that he'll like. Vibrant purple flowers bigger than your hands adorn the trees.
Ooh, so big and bright. I love them. But they might be too bright. You have to think of the recipient. That's what Hermes says.
Given its body weight and the effort it requires to remain aloft, I would something. Hopefully it's not just saying the bee meme. A tall, slender tree rises before you. You crane your neck looking for flowers.
No flowers. If there were apples, we could have covered them in syrup. Let's head outside next. Don't worry, we won't wander far.
All right. All right. Floral bed. An array of beautiful flowers grow in the bed, their mix of colors forming a pattern.
These would be bad for Hermes, but they're hedged in. That means we shouldn't touch them. They're either under observation or poisonous. Any other place should be fine. Let's keep looking.
Interesting. Okay. Hmm. Oh boy. It's one of these. Set on a tall, thin stalk, the oddly shaped flower is mesmerizing in its undulations.
Oh, a conion, a flower that can move. When Hermes wasn't looking, it shot seeds at him. Not a good gift, maybe. But you're good, Echo, at spotting flowers. We'll find something soon.
He does seem to be the type to get bullied by his own creations, to be honest. Where would be some good flowers? These yellow ones are nice, but you find nothing promising nearby. At best, common-looking grasses and there's with some tiny few flowers.
Nothing around here. Ah! Over there, Echo, something big, huge.
Uh-oh. That's a Marlboro. Malodorous grass. A terrible stench reminiscent of sodden old boots pervades the air. Without a doubt, the culprit is the Marlboro-like creature before you.
It's an Adonis.
Oh boy, that's their name.
The thing around its mouth looks like petals, but the flowers and the orbs on its head. When Hermes inspected them, it swallowed him up. He didn't leave his room for days. What do you think, Echo? Would you like it?
Uh, it's probably not the good sort of memory.
So not this one either. Finding a good flower. It's harder than I thought. I'm sorry, Echo, but could we search a little more? Maybe as far as the fields over there. I'll pick something after that, I promise.
Lush fields. What we got here? Lush green fields stretch out before you, ending where the sky begins.
Oh, there's nothing. The shiny thing over there, what could it be?
Alright. Shiny object.
more Elpis. Ooh, Elpis flowers are here too! Hermes likes and dislikes them at the same time. Like me, they're entelecchies. Like me, they feel his pain and turn dark. They're only for Hermes. That's only for Hermes, though. For others, they're always white and bright. Hmm. Truly, the flower was dark in your home. Then do you have it too? A dark emotion?
I know the feeling. I've known the pain and sorrow of loss. I feel great fear and frustration. I've been plagued by doubt and anxiety. I know the pain and sorrow of loss.
I see. Hermes has known the same. The feeling that a part of you is gone, again and again, but no one notices. Please, Echo, won't you lend it to me? Your pain and sorrow. I want to make the flower dark, in front of Hermes. He has been in a dark place since before he created me. He needs to know that he isn't there alone. The others are sad too.
Leave it to me. I can be sad.
Surely you'll do it.
Show him that he's got a friend.
Thank you, Echo. Thank you. It means more to me than I can say. I can't wait to see Hermes react. Let's go and fetch him.
Alright. I do hope he doesn't go and take it the wrong way, but it's a kind gesture regardless. It's good to know that you're not alone when things are rough.
It seems they're still talking. Let's wait until they've finished.
Hey, or Hermes?
Hermes!
Oh, you were waiting for me.
Yeah.
You've finished talking?
Yes, we've come to a decision. My thanks for keeping Meteon company.
No problem.
Emmett Salk and Hythlodaeus have already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
Wait! I want to show you something first.
Elpis flowers?
Go on. You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone.
I see Meteon has shared much with you.
You taking off? Oh, you took off your mask.
May we talk a moment?
Of course. Hedgehogs. Hey, buddy.
I do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place. And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt. Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will, and when they depart, it is always beautiful.
Right.
Perhaps it is, but only for man. Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain, but they sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear, and it is not beautiful. Yet no one cares. No one. So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method.
That's why you don't become a vet unless you can handle that.
Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Not amiss. And always, always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration? Then I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I'm filled with dread. But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep. I won't ask what you thought as you kneeled beside the Alpes, or if you only did it at Meteon's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you.
No problem, Hermes.
To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort.
Glad I could be of service.
To so willingly lend an ear to ease my burden, you are a strange one. The stars in the heavens. Know you what they are?
What are they? Other planets?
Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris. A world filled with life. So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there?
There's a dragon world somewhere out there.
What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after day? To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteon and her sisters. Aye, sisters. She has a great many of them, and they have already departed on their journey, traveling to one star and then the next in search of life.
Interesting.
As one might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it. But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long. And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness. It's getting rather late. We had best find our beds. It would not do for both of us to be sleep-deprived on the morrow.
Yeah, probably not a good idea.
Come, Meteon. Let us head back.
All right.
Look into the stars of that particular island. A sentimental gift. Yeah, I feel unloading on him with all of what bothers us probably wouldn't be a good idea. We're able to get some rest. Please do not hesitate to let us know if you're feeling tired. I worry we might exhaust your scarce reserves of ether. Nah, I'm good. The prodigal familiar returns, and after causing all manner of trouble while we were in our meeting, I'm sure.
I'm glad Hermes saw the flower. Thank you, Echo. It'll help, I hope. Today would be difficult for him.
Verdict and execution. Hermes appears solemn and sorrowful. An all too brief interlude. Perhaps it is time I attend to my next task. As Emetzelk and Hysldeus are aware, we reached a verdict regarding the fate of the Lecalones. 7 were created for observation, and all 7 must be unmade. Doros has followed the correct protocols, and as chief overseer, I can find no fault in his judgment. The Lecalones would disrupt the natural order, ravaging and consuming other species until they themselves starve and perish. They cannot be released into the wild, and they cannot be allowed to remain here in Elpis. I intend to petition the Bureau of Architects to have the concept preserved as a restricted purpose hazardous life form. Hysldeus has pledged to support me in this endeavor. Yet whatever the Bureau decides, the existing Lecalones have served their purpose. Doros has already isolated the creatures and is preparing to carry out the necessary measures. I will join him forthwith. It is my duty to witness the conclusion to this study. If you are resolved, then we will accompany you. Of course, let's be off then. We return to the main aisle. Alright. Hippo though. Alright, let's see how this is gonna go. You know, when they said this place was called the 12 Wonders, I had a thought it might have something to do with the 12. But the 12, I think, are supposed to be like the companions of Azem, which would definitely mean that like it's it would be really weird for them just to be hanging out here. Where's Venado? We saw her in Argos here. I want to see her in Doggo again. Oh, these! Fenrir! Hey, Doros. Doros, are you hurt? What happened here? They caught me off guard. I had them bound with ethereal shackles, but they became frenzied, even more so than usual, and broke free. I was able to stop 4, but the other 3 escaped. I see them. 2 have taken to the air above the 12 Wonders. The last is up ahead, lurking in the fields. You and Echo handle that one. The pair in the sky you can leave to me. Alright. If that is how it must end, then so be it. I will render assistance to Emetzelk, unneeded though it is. Meteon, you stay here with Doris.
But Hermes...
The Lycones must be reverted. I will spare you their pain and mind. This is my burden, not yours, but if you're intent on helping, then please follow my lead. I'm worried about leaving Meteon alone in case these things get back up. Because I don't think she has any way of defending herself. I'm curious though, because like obviously they weren't this color, but we have like faced off against some Fenrir before. It's just floating in the air.
I appreciate your help. The lament that is necessary. There is our quarry within striking distance at present, but if it feels threatened, it may well flee beyond our reach. Here is my plan. You will approach slowly, in full view, and draw the Lacone's attention. Now I warn you, its abilities are as fiery as its temperament. Once it stops you, it will unleash orbs of flame. But fear not, but by my measure, you are more than equal to the task. Withstand the onslaught for a few brief moments, and that will give me the time to catch it unawares. Ready? Then let's begin. Beefy fireball. Two more, huh? Thankfully my friends are in cutscenes so they can't get hit by any of this. But it's gonna be a little awkward when they hop out and they're like, oh whoops, we're under attack. Thanks, Echo. Here we go.
Now,
Oh, the Staff of Hermes.
forgive me. Please, forgive me. May you and your kin find peace
Oh.
wherever your souls may drift in the underworld. May you find tranquil seas. Be not forgotten. In concept endure. To reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again, if that be your desire. Hate, if that be your want. We are worthy, but leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high, fly free.
Join the convocation, Hermes. You do not belong here.
This place is too painful for him.
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction? I do not know. Were I to take up the seat of Van Daniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts, I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes.
Hermes!
Give him a hug.
Please don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
Are we gonna talk with them about what we need?
Aye.
Now that I think about it, do I have a time limit back in time? As I think about it, it's not like when Graha got sent back, he basically just, you know, he stayed there. So until I go back of my own volition, I should be fine. The other Lycones have been taken care of. The incident is resolved, and the life of Elpis continues as normal. Or ends, as the case may be. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' argument. No matter how well deserved the rest, there is a pang of sadness when a colleague leaves us. Yet never has a departure caused me such grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must it be like to experience such torment? Well, I need a little bit more experience. Alright, what would be the fastest way to do this? Alright, I know. Let's just do a trust for the level 85 dungeon.
It's my turn!
'Twould be a pleasure as always.
Victory will be ours!
It should get me the experience I need. If this doesn't drop experience points by clearing, or like killing enemies, then we will just do side quests. I think this might have been one of the most painful dungeons like to do since Amarat, if not like it's pretty close to Amarat in terms of that.
My friends, heed me. These are children of Statman.
Yeah, no dice. I think I only get experience from completing a trust dungeon, not by doing it part way. Which means we'll just do a side quest. It's not a big deal. Would that I could do something faster, but alas, it seems I am fated to do more. Galus. Grillus is cursing up a storm. Crows take that little sod. Where's it gone? And oh, I wasn't aware we had a visitor. Pardon my language. I should hate to give a poor impression of Elpis with my unprofessional behavior. Unless I am quite at my wit's end with this new cultivar. You are fortunate not to have overheard the worst. Its restorative properties are superlative, that much is true, yet what possessed its creator to give it such nimble little legs, I shall never understand. I really must impress upon those fools at the words of
Hamarut, that not everything need be ambulatory. I have tried leashing it, fencing it in, staring at it with all my might, each to no avail. Its resourcefulness is far beyond that which one could, I dare say should, wish of a vegetable. Given that it shows such signs of sentience, however, perhaps it is possible for another intelligent creation to commune with it. Are you willing to make the attempt? When it embarked upon its most recent bid for freedom, I sent my assistant after it. His own legs have grown quite powerful by this point, so with any luck, you will find them not too far to the west. Is this the Mandragora? I believe if it were. Yep, it's Mandragora. Krillov sent you to commune with the Mandragora. Best of luck. The Mandragora emits a screech not unlike the sound of a Magitech engine, whole rending in twain. But it's unclear what this is meant to convey. Alright. Did that help? No. So even its fellow creations cannot understand it. What a pity. Granted, I did suspect its vocal organ was unique. Ah, if you took the same form, it may be less of an obstacle. Though I admittedly unversed in the original design specifications, I should have little difficulty transforming you into its mirror. Shall we have a go? Okay. Wonderful. Now stand still. Alright. Hello. If anything, you understand even less than you did before. How was it? One moment, please. Pardon me, I had not the slightest idea what you were saying. Would you mind repeating that? No dice. Forward again! Nevertheless, we have gained valuable data. There it goes. Alas, please inform Grislos that may be some time before I return. Oh my goodness. Not every little thing needs to be able to run around! But they're so cute! With little legs. You look at the Mandragora. About that. Seemingly incapable of comprehensible communication, is it? Perhaps it is some degree of intelligence bears further scrutiny. Of course, if upon further observation it is deemed sentient, it will be subject to even greater scrutiny to ensure it can be safely set loose. To understand each creation in all its aspects, and conclusively prove it beneficial or detrimental to the star, such is our duty and burden as researchers. At least we can say with certainty that its legs work. True. Oh boy. Hippotho! Hippotho's size is a familiar creature. It's a cat bat. My, what a familiar essence you have, like that of a familiar. If you're familiar, what is with the concept? Yep, I guess. Oh, just my little joke. Echo, was it? I'm Hippotho. Mew mew. I guess. Yes, we're getting to that. Echo, say hello to our familiar friend here. She's an Olorus. The Olorai are one of our newest creations, highly attuned to abnormalities in the environment. At first sign of danger, they sound the alarm, by which I mean mew loudly. Though we do our best to observe all our creations, Elpis is simply too large to maintain a constant vigil over each and every temperamental species. A more efficient means of detecting conflict between creatures was in order. Thus, I have taken this Iolurus under my wing to further develop her capabilities in this area. She does enjoy little walks. This evening, we are testing her ability to pinpoint sites of conflict. What would you like to observe? Simply tell her that her task has begun, and she will do her utmost to locate disruptive creatures. Please do subdue the unruly subjects once you found them. We can't have beasts running amok. All right. All right, let's go. He just stops in front of him itself, and he's like, "Stop that! What are you being so annoying for? Why, if I didn't know better, you were making fun of me." Emmett's is just going like, "Arr." Hythlodaeus is just like chuckling off to the side. Hermes is just smiling, looking at the little cat.
When it's these follow ones, I don't have a problem with it. I'm just not a fan of the chase. Those alert you to 2 nearby creatures that are facing one another down and look at you expectantly. Alright guys, bring it up. Oh, there we go. What do you think of my creations, everybody? Isn't he so cool, Emmett Selk? It's part old man, part unicorn, part bird, part beard. She seems quite content, but in the name of science, what were the results? As I expected. Well done, little one. Magnificent creatures, the both of you. It's a shame we cannot give you a pair of tiny little wings and a bell too, but it is against protocol, I'm afraid. The Alloy are enchanted with upon their birth, so they are climbed properly. I'm certain you have your own unique potential to rise to. However, in fact, why not join us for another phase of testing? I mean, why not? I still need to do more side quests. Single Muse. I need. It looks like I'll probably need to do like 3 more side quests. But wishes to conduct another test of the Aurora's capacity and yours. I am so pleased that you're willing to join us in further research. Thus far, you have noted this Alloy's response to stimuli. However, the Alloy has one more special capability. Aren't you curious? You'll be pleased to know that I have dispatched one additional Alloy to fly around the 12 Wonders. Then, if she is working as designed, the phenomena should be clearly observable. I expect that you will be able to collect evidence of it from my fellow researchers. Say, Aloris, Deculeon, and Chloris. Do present your conclusions to me when you've finished. Okay. Chloris, what's up? I would advise you again to keep your head down. I saw some manner of creature darting about in the air just now. If it carries on like that, it's only a matter of time before it collides with someone's skull. It startled me badly that I accidentally created a winged fish, of all things, which itself escaped into the skies ere I knew it. Though now that I have a moment to reflect on its speedy departure, perhaps the ability to fly is not so wasted upon aquatic creatures as I had believed. Surely such a boon would give them heretofore unknown capability to evade predation. The recent fashion for flying concepts may have something to do with it after all. I really must pay a visit to the Bureau of Architect next time I'm in Amart. I doubt anyone has registered winged fish yet. It's so silly. Unfortunately, flying fish, while it's a unique concept, does also kind of, like, it's cool, but it also gets them killed because they're just flying into the hands of birds. A tiny winged creature. Do you refer to Hippotho's familiar, perchance? I did see it not long ago. I know not where it's gone off to, I regret to say. I would assist in your search, but I must brush the parchment before I forget what I meant to write. Outside of my observational duties, I have been laboring over a treatise on aquatic flora, you see. Yet reading my work a moment ago, I was suddenly struck with how trite my conclusion sounds. I believe I know precisely how to strengthen it, however. I dare say even Halamut shall be impressed by my insight. No, I get that exactly. One of the worst feelings is when you go and reread something and it's like, oh my goodness, what was I thinking? Isn't this the most darling familiar you've ever seen? Behold its soft and fluffy fur, its pudging belly, its charming little bell, its eyes that gaze imploringly into the very depths of your soul. It makes you want to dismantle it and gobble its adorable ether right up, does it not? I dare not, of course. Whoever it belongs to would be quite cross indeed. Yet even to gaze upon its strokes within me creative passion, the likes of which I've never known. Alas, my muse, perhaps I need to create my own familiar surpassing cuteness after all. I don't think it appreciated that. Okay. One moment. Alright. I've spoken to everyone. I see you've spoken to everyone, and what are the findings? Exactly right. Their Lord bless those that meet with inspiration. After all, we are at our best and our brightest when our hearts are at ease. With clarity of thought and faith in ourselves, we can do anything. And what could possibly quell inner turmoil so well as a lovable creature like this? Ah, it seems Judy calls. She senses another irregularity. Off you go then, dear girl. With today's results, the Allurus concept will be approved in no time. I am truly fortunate to have such wonderful familiars to work with, yourself included, of course. Oh no, I'm running out of space. Da da da. Alright, let's grab another quest. I know it'd certainly be faster to just grab a whole bunch and burn through them, but I do want to enjoy the stories of these. Here X would ask you a question with absolutely no ulterior motive whatsoever. Oh. Oh, you are Zem's familiar, are you not? I pose to you a question. Imagine an object you truly desire lie before you. What do? I shout, need! I see. As rumored, you do show a glimmer of intelligence. Avarice is a mark of sentience, you know. Speaking of which, my pot of nectar has recently gone missing, along with the nymphi I was observing. Welcome as this confirmation of their intelligence is, they aren't meant to be eat all of them at once. Of course, I shall pursue them. They will like as not hide for fear of reprisal, while they devour the lot. However, they may respond if a fellow familiar expresses her doubt that so much nectar truly belongs to them, if you take my meaning. Alright, you silly butterflies. Or nymphae. Where are the nymphae? Little badgers. Squeak. The nymphi squeaks innocently in response to your query, but you have ample reason to doubt its sincerity. I've dealt with your kind before. How dare you? The nymphi waddles away looking rather pleased with itself. What, were you seeking attention? Is that what this was all about? Hey, you. The nymphi waddles away, but not before you catch a strong whiff of nectar. And the last one. Where is it? Badger, here you are. I doubt you as well, Badger. Nymphi squeals in presumable disgruntled fashion and waddles away. She's like, I don't have to take this. I'm too cute to get lectured by some familiar. I do hope we actually get to meet Azim. Like, how cool would it be to get to go and meet, like, your previous, like, self? Maybe they could do something to try and, like, revitalize my soul or whatever. You've returned, but where are my nymphi? Beavers. What in the world are you talking about? Come now, tell me what you saw. Spare no details, I'm a professional. You see, they're beavers. There's no saving them.
Strange round-furred creatures that waddled. My nympha were bright-winged and... Oh no. No, that's absurd! Tell no one of this. Some things are better off lost. Were they eaten by the beavers? Isle designer. The designer believes that a little learning is a dangerous thing, though perhaps not for the uncommonly accepted reason. Fortified enclosures, that would be dreadfully dull for all involved, only if... if only there were someone who... Ah, you have impeccable timing, my friend. I'm in need of a bit of assistance, you see. Do you even have any money? Why, of course I do. Are not all creative minds well compensated for their work? Now listen, we have been asked to design a new island for the purpose of our containing and monitoring poisonous specimens. Alas, we know little of such concepts. And last I attempted a bit of research, I woke up 3 days later after far much information about grapes. You, however, have the look of a familiar that could not possibly care less about the subject. Thus do I require your services. You need only ask the researchers of Agnosis for a brief introduction to poisonous creatures, and to steadfastly ignore any niggling curiosity in favor of reporting back here. I think what I'll do is I'm going to stick this in the armor chest, and then this in the armor chest, and then this in the armor chest. Brilliant concept, I know. And we're going back over here. Here we go. Euclides! The quintessential example of poison specimen is the Moro marquis. Of course, never was there a creation so foul, so pungent, hence the name. Indeed, the concept has lately been adjusted to prevent any further accidents. But the marquis, oh, the marquis, it blinds the eye and paralyzes the body, even as the mind desires nothing so much as to vomit continually to purge its stench. Why did they ever make such a thing? You've learned the odorous origins of marbles. You have been cursed with knowledge most foul. You are soliciting ideas for an isle of poisonous concepts. In that case, you might ask the new cultivar for the chthonic horns. I am told it bears poison fruits. You learn of new cultivations. You guys just hanging out in the fountain? Oh, hello. Hello. Its temperament appears to be somewhat more stable, to be sure. Go-boo! It appears the moth have growing on its head. Nicias. Poisonous creatures, why there's one right here. As you can see, its skin is translucent, the body within, shall we say, squishy. Fortunate for it, those beautiful sleeve-like appendages conceal countless minute stinging darts. Most other creatures cannot so much as touch it, let alone devour it. It will be fascinating to see how it fares against non-aquatic concepts. Ooh, perhaps it could even fly, should the light enough gas be incorporated into its membrane. You've learned of the invertebrates. Alright. Actually, let's take a moment. Nah, we will not take moments here. Actually, no, we will take a moment. Alright, let's... Where would be the best... I feel like I'm less likely to load into the floor if we go to the upper decks of Limsa. And I can unload some inventory. At which point I can then proceed to warp back to where we need to go. Because since we're 87 now, that means that we're opening up the door towards the dungeon. Alright. I'm debating whether or not I want to do the role quest on stream or not, to be perfectly honest.
Don't mind me and my spooky robe, people. All right. Hey there, guys. Reunion cheese. All right. And then we'll put that up. What about the crystal glass? Mirrored leather. Boop boop boop. Materia. Wrong buttons. All right. And sort. All right. And all right. Alright, now then, that should be plenty. I've got to figure out what I want to do with all of these at some point, but for now, like again, they're like level 86 gear is only a little bit higher than my current stuff, so I don't think it's quite necessary just yet. Alright, oh actually, hold on, where does it say this place location is? The unseen, the world unsundered. Alright guys, let's just teleport to the past real quick. It'll just take me a moment. For a mere 500 guild, you too can transport yourself thousands upon thousands of years into the past. Perhaps even 12,000 years into the past. All you need is a little bit of, ether tuning and your ability to travel to the first. Isle designer. Here you go. There you are. I began to worry you become mired in the minutia. I can imagine Ethis Escher getting like annoyed by the living, like, don't think! 3 notes, enough to see our options, yet not so many as to lead us into the weeds. Well done! My, this Marquis is fascinating, isn't it? How might one contain such a specimen that is not befouled its environments beyond repair? I simply must know. Excuse us, we're off to see the man about Marble. And they were never seen again. Alright, 87 get. We can now continue. Travelers across us at the crossroads. Hithildeus wishes to discuss plans for the remainder of your visit. Where to now? If there are anywhere you would like to visit before we leave, I should be glad to show you the way. Hermes has not yet outright refused his position with the convocation, merely postponed the decision. As such, I may as well resume my assessment. If we cannot accompany him, then I will content myself with questioning his colleagues. Ever the pragmatist, then allow me to remain your humble guide. And what of you, Echo? Will you come along with us? Sure. Wonderful. Our fellowship travels on unbroken. I say we explore another part of Elpis, and see what new encounters there are to be had. If you would follow me, we will first head back towards Anganorsis. Ah, that's a beautiful trip. May as well just go and enjoy the ride. And here we see the humble griffin on its way to catch itself a motorcycle, as the Emertines intended. I wonder if one of these floating islands has like an ice biome. Because the point was to try and capture the different places and different. I imagine that would mean that they have this place shifts seasons or climbs or and all that goodness, you know? It'd be strange for it not, all things considered. Alright. Didn't we part ways with Hermes not far from here? Given the size of Elpis, I expect our paths will cross again before long. From here, we follow the path towards Notinus. There we will find one of the teleporters which facilitate travel between the islands of Elpis. First-time travelers must be accompanied by someone who with the requisite permissions, which I have previously been granted. We only need to use the device together once. Henceforth, you will leave it to us. You will leave to use it freely. Shall we? Oh no. The Garangach. It looks like a death claw from Fallout. Like it's gonna go over and just slam into us. So much I want to explore here. Are those like chapels or some kind of spire? Here we are, Nautilus. This teleporter will take us to the Kalimelios Zephyros, the western island. That is right there, looming over us. Step this way, and we can soon admire the view from above. Interesting. Took me a second longer than the others.
I present to you Kalimelios Zephyros.
Okay.
Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos.
Poiton Oikos.
Right then. Let's begin by...
Oh. Spriggan.
Well, well. An Arrayus. How delightful.
And what, pray tell, is that?
Oh, it's one of the ones from that one dungeon. Sharkman.
That's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago. Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept.
Lots of sharks.
At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact. And then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight, another superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst. Concepts with multiple heads, or arms and legs, and so on and so forth.
Someone made a
It was getting
shark
absurd.
cute girl.
Part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end, I couldn't deny their passion. And here we are.
Vana, was that you? Please tell me you're a dragoon, Vana. This is perfect.
That was too close. Are you unharmed? Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
But nah! Highland is a
Pilar,
dragoon. I knew
we
it.
should meet you here.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star. Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work.
Sounds like Highland.
Vanar is her name, and she is the previous Azem.
What? Really?
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number. A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
Emmett just doesn't know how to deal with either of
How
them.
is she, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
Sounds like me.
Oh, you know I am. Now then, you are?
Hello. There's probably a bit of urethra in here too, huh?
I say, have you perchance come from the future?
Oh no. She said it.
I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you.
Of course she would
Therefore,
notice.
if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether.
Okay, so that's what the Blessing of Light is called. Does it protect you from enthrallment by primals, perchance?
Primals, you say? But I'm not familiar with such beings. But if they enthrall by warping the balance of ether, then yes, the magic would afford you a measure of protection. I gather from your question that you are not ignorant to its presence.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
I know all of you, actually.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
So if I go and change things, I won't end up where I started, is the problem, rather. If I change things, I can't go back.
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours. How very exciting! I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future. Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge, so you needn't worry for us. More importantly, That you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest.
I'm curious how you even managed to pull that off.
Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
Please let me speak. I want to talk. I want to tell you. I don't like hiding things.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself.
Yeah.
As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
I'm sorry for lying to you, Hades, for so long.
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation? I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos.
Sure thing.
We were meant to meet. I am certain of it. Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly and sent you unto myself in the past. It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to. And quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
I'm glad that, like, we're getting a more grounded look at who Hydaelyn is as a person, rather than this grandiose. My apologies, but before we move along, a colleague has tasked me with a matter which I'd rather not leave unresolved. It involves finding a certain concept engraved crystal, and the quick-fingered Aureus that has made off with it. An Aureus, you say? I think we might have seen the culprit before being distracted by the business with the shark. Would you like us to follow the ethereal trail? That would, of course, lead us only to the Aureus. There is no guarantee that it hasn't dropped or stashed away the crystal you seek. Please. Even that would be enormously helpful. While you are hunting down the thief, I could follow behind and scour the forest floor just in case. Can I ask you to join the search? I would appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land to the west of here. Many thanks. There's a small bridge leading to Poitus Oikos. Let us meet upon there when we've exhausted our efforts. I'm curious what this... I really want to know what this conversation is going to be like. I love just these kinds of, like, sort of complex unweavings, like, the kind of thing where talking about something or having some event happens leads to a major, like, cavalcade of new and twisting, like, cause and effects, you know? I'm glad we're not just doing the whole, like, oh, I'm in the past, but I can't talk about it. Well, that was easy. I wonder what they're gonna think when I tell them that I am a Zem. Hey guys, guess who found it? The problem you present is vexing enough without adding the old Zem into the equation. And she wonders why these lines upon my brows grow deeper when she herself wields the hammer and chisels. TSMs, both mentor and student, are a force to be reckoned with. I find them a delight, personally, but they have a habit of making Emmett Selp look like he bit down on the sour grape. Our last searcher returns. I'm afraid the Aureus no longer had the crystal, nor was I able to find it as I followed in its wake. I didn't suppose you fared any better. Here you go. I am a great hunter and gatherer. Crystal, well done. Wonderful. Now I can focus on your tale without the missing concept nagging at my mind. Have you always had a knack for finding things? Traveling and searching go hand in hand. You travel often, then. It seems we have something in common. Long ago, when I held the seat of Azem, I was forever trekking back and forth across the star in search of answers to people's problems. Naturally, the need for such problems has lessened considerably since I entrusted the position to my whimsical successor. Yet I am still eager to come running should an old acquaintance or a new interest require my personal attention. That is what brings me to Elpis, in fact. Many times has my presence been requested, my opinion sought concerning the habitats of this or that creation. Agreeing to help locate that missing crystal was a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is the way one thing leads to another, wouldn't you agree? A pass, yet not yet come to pass. Vana is in a cheerful mood. Thank you again for your timely help. Now 'tis time I returned this stolen property. If you would go ahead to my accommodation, I will join you as soon as I have attended to my task. Follow the path straight ahead to the building at the top of the slope. I have the entire place to myself, so we can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard. Let's go then. I'm super excited. Oh boy. What is this gonna be like? Dragon. Oh, dragon. Hmm. Welcome to my temporary abode. Please make yourself at home while I put on some tea.
Ah, a wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like. Now then, will you tell us your tale?
It might take a bit of time, but we need to. The world has been sundered, broken into shards.
Why don't you start from the beginning?
Well, I am a Zem, not just a familiar, and, well, lots of bad stuff is about to happen. For you and for us in the future. This might take a while, so buckle up. Unfortunately, I'm also responsible for killing a few of you.
Preposterous. Utterly preposterous.
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous.
I understand you.
What of you, Vanar?
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Hydaelyn? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain, but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance. But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future, whence she came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital and Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
Right.
True, true. I note also that Hydaelyn did not specify a point in time to which she must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle, and we do not have all the pieces.
Hardly any, but we do have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Which probably would have been
Given
why.
that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale? Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity.
That sounds like you, Emmett.
I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman. To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem. Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory. Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable?
Because you didn't think we could be able to be your downfall.
Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren. You do not know me. I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again.
Emmett. I can understand why he'd be mad.
Wait!
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them.
It's peaceful here and beautiful, but Hermes and Meteon are somehow involved. I just don't know how.
Hermes and his creation Meteon, you say? If Dynamis is the self-same energy as Akasha, as it likely seems, then those two may well be at the center of the calamity to come. This warrants further investigation. With that settled, it is time for action. The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. And suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest.
Sure. Wonder what they would think of me showing them my crystal, my Zem crystal. I wonder if I did show it.
Have faith. If Emmet Selk is the man Azum described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
You know, since they said that I'm the spitting image, or like I guess that my soul rather is just, I wonder if my Amarantine self has elf ears. Just curious. Seems like everyone's a hearer. Shall we begin our investigations then? I'm acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the chief overseer of Elpis. 1 second. Cables are getting intertwined again. Oh no. There you go. Of the man himself, I know only that which is common knowledge. Thus, I suggest we fall back on the tried and true method of conversing with the locals. The observers who live here can surely tell us more of Hermes and Meteon, and I have a good idea where we might begin. Honestly, if somebody came from the future and it's like, yeah, you went and basically are the cause of a lot of problems and did all of this stuff, like I would feel the exact same way as I myself, to be honest. See the woman standing in front of yonder building. Her name is Ismene. She is the one who made arrangements for me to stay in Elpis, and from what I recall, she has had her position for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insights. Go and ask your questions. I will help draw out. I will help with drawing out answers if need be, but I will leave the choice of topics up to you. Ismene. Questions from me? Well, I suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment. Following duty cannot be skipped. All right, here we go. Greeting, Ismene. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes, and I was wondering you might be able to tell us something. Certainly, Mistress Vanna. Anything to be of service. What would you wish to know? What kind of person is Hermes? Well, I can only answer from my own experience, but I describe him as a quiet man, reserved, you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as chief overseer.
The man is a walking archive when it comes to life forms. He can discuss any specimen in incredible detail, and is the leading authority on concepts with the power of flight. I hope that answers your question. Was there anything else? How long has Midian been here? I cannot rightly say. As the chief's personal creation, Midian has not been subjected to observation and study like other concepts. So one day she was simply there, and what do you make of her abilities? I understand that she is a highly unusual familiar, able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. It's exactly how she was created with the talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies. I wish I could explain her nature in more depth, but I've not had the occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. Do you trust him? I beg your pardon. I've known Chief Hermes for many years, though I cannot say we are close. He was never withheld information to the detriment of our duties, if that's what you mean. Forgive us. We may seem to have veered slightly off course here. Is there perhaps someone else who could tell us more about Midian? That would be Timaios. He has similar experience with flight concepts and is more than eager to discuss the subject. You'll find him conducting his observation on the bank of the stream somewhere to the east. Oh, and unless you take that particular joy of rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. We shall keep that in mind. Thank you for the patience of your insight. There's nothing else. If there's nothing to think nothing of it. If there is naught else you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. Come, Echo. I think we've taken enough of Ismene's time. All right. Our investigation is off to a fine start. Wouldn't you agree? From here, I propose we split up. I should continue making inquiries with the resident observers if you could track down the colleagues Ismene mentioned. While I did feel compelled to interject once or twice during that previous conversation, you seem more than capable of drawing forth the answers you seek. All I ask is that you watch your footing around the stream. We can meet back here once you've finished speaking with Timaios. Alrighty. My imaginings is the reason you can't skip that is so that she can have a thing to say with. Maybe you do too. Would you explain why it's taken such a liking to you? Okay. But yeah, it's probably one where depending on like how well you do, she says different things. Hello, Timaios. Yes, I'm Timaios, but please keep your voice down. You'll startle the birds. All right. So, what is it you wish to speak about? What do you think of Chief Hermes' flying creations? Chief Hermes' work, a worthy subject indeed. Those beings which soar through the sky, majestic and graceful, are ever a favorite of creators. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flood of newly imagined concepts continues unabated. What sets the chief's creations apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. Birds that climb so high that they disappear from view, others which traverse the boundless sky in moments, and all without riding the currents. I know none save he who can conceive of such marvels, even when he who prize elegance of form above all else are dumbfounded by his crude genius. Mian too is a marvel, then. My opinion on that matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration of Midian as a concept, I have never delved too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. I know that she has a gift for communication via emotions, but otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. If Chief Hermes should choose to submit Midian's concept to the Bureau of the Architect, then will the design be registered for public scrutiny? Analyzing a colleague's creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if he came to me, a fellow artisan, looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. Do you know of Dynamis and the Entelekes? Dynamis and Entelekes. Those terms would sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here in Elpis which exhibited properties of one or the other. It must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things. Has there been a resurgence of interest? No, not particularly. Then why bring up the subject? I'm flattered you sought my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. Now, I really must return to my observations. Surely you have your own task to attend to. Alright. Doesn't seem like he has much he can really say. I don't think telling him about the concept would necessarily bring about a good ending to the conversation, as he literally just said that perusing into the people's stuff like that before it's been announced is rather rude. Back already? That was a quick work. You were obviously clever enough to head off any of that rambling, as Mene mentioned. So, have you any new findings to share? Kind of, but not particularly. I see. Even an expert in the field has little understanding of Medion's capabilities, let alone an awareness of Dynamis. My questions result in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Medion as his personal project, and could provide no details beyond those which you just told me. Which leads me to believe that the only person with any significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we've made some progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions. But now I was musing over your recent findings. At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis, and the Entelechy's which can control it. Yet most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth, except Hermes, it seems. Thus I am inclined to stay on our current course, and learn all we can about the chief overseer and his familiar. Now on that subject, was there aught else you could tell me about Meteon, aside from her unorthodox method of communication? She and her sisters were created to journey to the stars and search for intelligent life. I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? Well, you see, aliens and aliens. Aliens. So these siblings of hers travel the great expanse in search of deeper meaning? Thank you. Though the mystery at hand remains unresolved, I feel you've touched upon a vital clue, one we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to the Perpetuae Crystalline, not far from here. Just follow the path to the west. Two cats, squaring off, fighting for survival, fighting for territory. Can I make it up the hill? Up the hill! No, no such luck. Alright. The tower and the one further along are both parts of the Perpetuae Crystalline, the facility where they archive all of Elpis' observational and testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magical interconnected spaces, which, while fascinating, is not the reason we are here, is it? I shall cut my architectural lesson short and see what those two archivalists have to share. If you could find someone to speak with over at the other tower, I shall join you there anon. Sure thing, I suppose. Ooh. Hey, Archivist, what's up? You have questions for me? Certainly, just a moment while I conclude my current appointment. Indeed, so you could provide a comprehensive log of these behaviors when we have sufficient should have sufficient data for our official records. Now then, what is it you wish to speak with me about? Well, you see, The Chief Observer's personal research project, and by that I assume you mean Meteon. Yep. Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes by it passed without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Meteon appeared, only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Although, I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Ghislaine shared with me. Ah, Ghislaine is my partner, a fellow researcher here in Elpis. She was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Meteon heavensward, a host of them. For several days she would speak of the scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she had ever witnessed. That sounds like that sounds like a story I should like to hear. Mistress Fana, I thought you had already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after the task, but I have since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Would you favor me in retelling of the sights which you so delighted your Galene? Of course, or you could hear it from her lips directly, if you prefer. At present, she should be observing the subject of metabiosis, thalassocii. She does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters. I really do hope you don't hear the bloop from my brother getting Xbox achievements popping up on my computer. It's a little funny if it is, but it's also just kind of like, oh, recreated in such sublime details. I imagine you must find joy in indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Fana. Even though such pursuits must continually and regretfully delay your return to the star. Indeed they do. 'Tis a rest well deserved and long overdue, I should think. How greatly have we prospered for the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as SM. And what would Elpis be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed served as the basis of many techniques still in use today. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embody the nature with such enduring passion as you. I dare say there is not a soul alive more worthy of return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. I will be honored. Well, shall we take this opportunity to meet up with Galena in person? Sure enough, let's go. And allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives here. It will take you up to the skyward and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground. That would be most helpful, thank you. I've opened the pathway to the skyway. Once you've passed through the door, simply walk across the next tower and ask for admittance to the upper tier. Upon arriving in the upper tier, walk straightway across the skyway and you will find yourself at the entrance of the Metabyssus Salasai. Galene will be eager to share her tale with you, I am sure. Here we go. So high up. Approachable archivist. Mistress Fana, just passing through. Then allow me to prepare the path. If needs further assistance, there's always an observer or two out on the upper skyway. Everything looks so small from up here. Unhurried observer. Mr. Fana, I was not told to expect. Would have prepared an official welcome. Please, there is no need for fanfare. I only wish to speak with Galene, if that might be arranged. Yes, Galene, of course. I will inform her immediately. Ah, but she may be engaged in the testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Should I let her know your business is urgent? That won't be necessary. The lovely view will keep us occupied until she is ready to receive us. I can tell this is going to be voiced.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view.
Yeah.
What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place?
I'd say so. Some parts yes, other parts not so much. It's a little bit of both.
Dark, hidden places, rife with danger. Those have an altogether different, but no less powerful sort of appeal. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures?
Sure.
Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans. But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveler. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account.
Fair enough. I just realized because I think time travel via the Crystal Tower just creates a separate timeline. So this world will go on in a different direction probably, because that's what happened with Graha. And then we proceeded to be dragoons. Estinian is so silly. Oh, we showed them the whole Horsefant.
Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it. Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word.
Thank you for listening for now.
As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them.
Oh.
Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore.
Fair enough.
If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true, and a presence without, immense yet intimate, fate perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating, how keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance.
Right.
I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath,
hear, feel, think.
I ventured forth on a journey that very day. So very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people, beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it.
I'd believe it. Seeing
The
how hard
moment
she's
she
fought.
can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way. You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
I'd say so, but it's been painful as well.
Pray forgive my lateness. My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Sure.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, I did. It was in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone. Like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up. Then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate.
To the edge.
And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Metea, rather.
Metea.
There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests.
Sounds like him.
It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
Alright. I'm gonna take a moment to take a quick break, stretch my legs, all that. I'll be right back.
Alright, I'm back. So another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we've learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others, which suggests that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Since we have no reason yet to suspect the former, right. I do not need to bot live viewers. Goodbye. Right. Since we have no reason to suspect the former, we should consider the latter the more likely possibility. Proceeding under that assumption, our next step should be to divine why or even if he might desire such a terrible fate for our star. So, operating under the idea that it might be him, whether it's on purpose or accident. But now has a new course of investigation in mind. I should like to visit the site from which Hermes sent forth the Matea. If we are fortunate, we might find some hint of what drives this research of his. Gina said she spotted them in the southeast, rising from an isle she could see from the edge. If we stand at the same vantage point, it should not prove too difficult to locate the isle in question. Let's take a look, shall we? Sure thing. All the way over there, huh? Trek it a fair bit. Okay. I could imagine Daniel, I guess Hermes, accidentally causing it. Maybe somehow imbuing uh Medion with some kind of ability that causes the spread of like the pain and despair he has that leads to people turning into terminus beasts, or that causes a corruption. But it's hard to say, to be honest. Okay. Vantage point. Okay, what have we got here? Now, if we are conducting some mystery research, where would I go? About that tree over there. Ah, what about that one? Have you means to fly? 'Tis quite a distance. No, not particularly. How inconvenient, but hardly an insurmountable problem. Tell me, Argos. Argos! Hey! My friend, would you mind creating a double to carry Echo here over to the island? Stubborn creature. There's no place on this star we have not traveled together, and still he remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. Argos has a rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. Actually, I met Argos in the future. What? You've read him before? Oh, you mean before, meaning am I after? Not at all confusing, that. Interesting. 'Tis certainly not unthinkable. But speaking of the here and now, the quick solution is for us to face off in a sparring match. What? Demonstrate to him that you are capable of holding your own against me in battle, and you should convince Argos that you are worthy of his back. Besides, I might even teach you a thing or two in the bargain. Okay. You seem doubtful, but useful lesson or not, it will most certainly be a moment to remember, a memory of the distant past to cherish. What say you, traveler out of time? Choose your battlefields. Let's go. I admire your confidence. Clear your mind and prepare your weapons. I will wait for you at the clearing over yonder. Yo, Highland, square up. Time to go punch Highland Square in the jaw. Shall we begin? Be warned, I'll not go easy on you. Let's go then.
Let neither side hold back.
You must be willing to use a bunch of different weapons. Playoffs. Ooh boy.
My blade sings!
True blink.
My blade sings!
I need this track to be
Impressive.
louder.
I shall have to try something different.
Oh, dancer.
No quarter. Have a taste. I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I.
Train me to be more like, oh, white mage time. All that wind ether. It's going to expand.
Prepare yourself.
Need more HP. True Stone 4. Oh,
crap. Oh crap. Oh crap. Oh crap. Oh crap. Oh crap. I know this mechanic. But now does not go easy.
Very well. Let us move to the final trial.
Crap. Silent chill.
Break your chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will!
She's pulling a Final Fantasy 15.
You still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough.
I pulled that off with half as much of a soul as you guys have.
'Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you.
Alright, oop.
One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azam when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, her strength was astounding. As is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest.
I mean, it's not like I told you my entire life story.
It seems we have both learned much on our journeys.
Argos! Hey, buddy. Hey.
Well now, I dare say he is warmed to you.
You are powerful indeed. Let us ride.
A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
Who's your good boy? Such a fluffy good boy. Argos will soon have us standing on the very spot where Mattea made their departure in the night sky. With luck, we will learn something of Hermes' intentions. My hope is that we find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion.
Then we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working with us rather than against us. Alright. A flower upon your return. Bena and Argos have double at heel. Have doubt at the heel. Let us move over to the edge before mounting, shall we? That will allow Argos to catch the currents rising up from below and give us the smooth ride over to the isle. Ooh, Nether current. It'd be lovely if they pulled a Aziz Law and just be like, ah yes, now that you've made friends with Argos, you can fly around here as much as you want. Rare that it's always simple. Argos motions to his back with his muzzle. You've been given the go-ahead to hop on. Woo! There's a settlement down there. In fact, a couple. Oh wait, no, that's where we were before. It looked so different from up so high. Now, what was the name of that tree? No something. Noetophorian. Quite a striking specimen, is it not? Brace yourself for landing. I wouldn't want you tumbling off at the last moment.
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment.
You're right. It is pretty, at least.
The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before?
Not this. Oh wait, oh, the echo.
So you cannot control the power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you. Come and stand before me. There are two ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory.
Okay, we've
The
seen that.
second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether.
Now that I think about it, most of the echo abilities.
As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved.
Okay.
Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
Focus on the echo.
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars. Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles. End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness. Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
That's good.
Yes. Good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
Oh.
I wonder what answers we will get.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us.
Right.
Diverse in form and culture. Possessed of unique ways of thinking.
Aliens.
Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
Utterly unlike... how?
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No. I will think earnestly on them all.
Maybe he connects with
And
something?
I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life. Meteon, though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet, learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples? Covered in syrup?
If you want the Meteon.
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps... a flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
The Alpes? Akasha?
So, what is your opinion?
Hermes is a gentle soul. I couldn't just stay by this moment alone. And yet...
I understand. He is a gentle soul, and well-intentioned. Yet it does not take ill intent to beget ill.
yeah.
We must consider the possibility that something may have gone awry. Perhaps it was oversight, or simply an accident. In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself.
Huh.
If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution.
How will he feel about knowing that he brought it back, though? It'll be rough on him.
Then it is
but-
settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness. 'Twould not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
There are a number of places where Hermes might be in Elpis. But we could do no worse than looking in Kitsis Hyperboreae, the largest facility. It stands in Ethos Selatikos, Borealis, northern island. I wonder, Echo, for an institute which claims to be studious research every species
destined for release into the world, did you not question how they find room for them all on so few islands? The answer lies within Kisses itself. I touched upon the practice before back at the archives, where a vast area is stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same holds true for the interior of this facility and its magically constructed environs. 'Tis there, within those sprawling habitats, that the chief overseer, and most of Elpis's observers conduct the bulk of their work. Come, the simplest route is via the teleporter north of Oikos. How to Ego Tenani. Poiten Oikos. Saying these words and names that come from Amarat certainly does feel like it's a different, like, cultural name, you know? Like, I feel like I'm stumbling over my words with them just as much as I do with the Thavnir names. Passage to Ethoscalos Borealis. The Aurora Borealis. Good. The teleporter acknowledges you as my guest. You should now have the authority to use it as you wish. As for the way to Kistis Hyperbore, we follow this path and turn left at the crossroads. I feel this is where the dungeon is going to be. Maybe for some reason it's overrun? Oh wait, we do have Vana, Emmett Selk, and Hythlodaeus that could be like party members for a trust dungeon. And that they're all capable of doing whatever. Because we've seen that Vana has 3 classes she can use. This is auto advanced again. I can tell this is gonna be voiced. Or not. Here we are at the greatest research facility in Elpis. We should head inside and ask after Hermes' whereabouts. Hermes is at another facility, as we have just discovered. Hey, you two. Little Death in itself. Furthermore, we've confirmed that his studies in the Dynamis, as well as creation of Mityon, were entirely private pursuits. No one else we spoke with appeared to possess the chief's depth of knowledge on the subject. Neither did we hear any tales of stolen research. Which means that Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down an apocalypse, that he might be recruited to help prevent one, or so saith the illustrious Emmett Selk. According to your story, the 14 divined the connection between the celestial currents and the final days, but were never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Hythlodaeus' sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of the solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation is that the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable that even we failed to perceive it. And what's better fits that description than the invisible, intangible dynamis. Which in turn leads us to our next question. How did Hermes, in his role as Fandaniel, not recognize the subject of his own research? We must assume that he either knew and was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, the Convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are practiced in perceiving truth, and would have known had Fandaniel lied to us. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end, of that I am certain. It seems there is more to this tale after all. Yeah. We conducted an investigation of our own, you see. And we basically agree with you. We found something similar through other results. Other means, rather. How comforting. We have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay farther. 'Tis time we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. Thank you for understanding. Save your thanks. I did not say it. I believed your ridiculous story. But as Emmett Silk, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence, no matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I may find it. How lovely. Our merry duo has become a quartet. Past disagreements are no reason to reject collaboration in the here and now. I commend Emmett Silk on his practicality. Do not approach me. Do not speak to me. Do not dare presume to treat me as a friend. I'm merely carrying out my duty. Hunger in the garden. Guess this isn't a dungeon. I think the time for leisure exploration is past. If I might have a moment to adjust my vision. There he is, on the next aisle over. Meteon is with him. Hermes appears to be in the midst of an observational study, but I suggest we hurry over before they venture elsewhere. Head straight down the path. We can teleport to Mysiopes Euros from the device at the bottom of the slope. Alright. Over there. It's just mean when they put one of those lookout points up there where you can only get to by flight. It's like, hey, I wanted to go up there too. Mysiopes Euros. Euros. There you are. They are close by, within the Hungering Gardens. That would be circular enclosure you see just up ahead. Well then, Echo, make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here to us. If I were to go, he would assume I was only there to press him on Fandaniel matter. Of all of us present, you stand the best chance of convincing him to put aside his work for the moment. But the creations in there are not exactly... Well, again, perhaps Echo can handle them. She did survive a bout with Vana, after all. Off you go to find Hermes, but do be prepared to come to blows with the garden's innocence. Oh boy. Time to fight some more creations, I suppose. Ooh. Dun, 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 dun. Here, I'll beat you up, if that's what you want. There. Didn't do anything, as I suspected. Yeah, they're just gonna keep spawning until we find what we're looking for. Here they are. Echo, what are you doing there? I thought you were keeping Isolgeus in the company. An important matter, unknown related to my decision on Fandaniel, say? Then yes, I will come, as soon as my work is finished. It will not be long, I promise, but you should really wait outside the garden with the others. There's no place for idle exploration. I'm glad they didn't summon a creature to interrupt me. I presume that they turned off the trigger to make them come as soon as I, like, approached or started talking. Because having multiple people here would make this a nightmare scenario. You spoke with Hermes then? You were briefly entangled with the denizens of the Hungering Gardens as well, I see. Or should I say smell. I cannot speak for certain convocation members, but I, for one, am impressed with your fortitude. Well done indeed. Now that you've convinced Hermes to confer with us, let us pray that things will take a turn for the better. As for as fascinating as it would be to meet the Emet who would recreate Emerald in the depths of the ocean, I think it best for all concerned if such tragic events never came to pass. Be it our future or for your past, assuming yours is not truly written in stone. Naive hope that it is. Words without sound. Emet seemed content to stay where he is. Hermes said he would be long, yes? Then we shall wait here until he emerges. Here they are.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Aye. A matter of the utmost gravity. If one can suspend disbelief. Go on then. Tell him what you told us. Who you are and why you came.
Alright. You might want to buckle up and listen for a while, because this was going to take some time. You see, in the beginning, there was a bloop from Xbox Live.
The final days.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction. And none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Vana. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves. The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age.
Right.
As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether,
So what? We need to.
ancients cannot readily manipulate dynamis.
We need to be
nor be manipulated by
recombined.
it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether. Thus are they susceptible to the influence of dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
Perhaps.
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source.
Right.
The source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the self-same negative emotions. Elsewise it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
Right.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
I'm getting vibes that it could be a meteor in the future, but maybe something that connected to them.
So, We've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested. If the inciting factor came from without Aetheris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
So it's the planet?
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Meteon?
Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
There's something inside the core of the planet.
Meteon. What is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report.
It hurts! It hurts!
So hot, so cold, so sad. I don't understand. Make it stop. Please, make it stop.
Steady, Meteon. Steady.
So scared, so lonely. The pain, it's too much.
It's connecting to me.
Why? Why do we? They hurt. Hate. This is wrong. All wrong.
She's gone? But how?
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
Are you all right?
She's still connected with me.
In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteon also employs dynamis. That will explain why you were able to hear her, when we could not.
You have too much ether to hear her.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down.
Okay.
Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
Is there a broadcast coming from something that they found out in the deep depths of space? Suspicious disturbance. Calm your mind and sense questing for any hints of Meteon presence. If I hear her voice, she must be somewhere else. If I were trying to hide, probably go down, right? But it says to go up.
boy, how do I get back up from here? Path is all the way over there. Okay. Let's take the long way around. Oh wait, over here. Okay. Oh, there's a disturbance over here too.
It seeps into my mind. Our voices reporting. No, Hermes mustn't hear them. I have to run to hide.
In which way throws distance and seem to source flees down the slope. Seems that was the correct choice to do after all. It's most certainly not this one, but might as well check anyways. Yeah, no dice. I'll be hiding amongst the rocks. Behind the pillar. Yep, looks like it. Greetings and salutations.
Commencing report. Oh no, we can't tell him that. We must hurry, run far away. Please don't follow me.
Maetion's anguished voice fades as you sense her climbing up the top of the ridge. I'm getting a phone call, hold on a moment. Alright, I'm back. This is to remind you about something later today. Alright, make our way up the ridge. Emmett Stokes over there. What could be connecting? Or is it just the other Meteon units? Or peeps or whatever? Creations? That's not the way up. But that is. There we go. Okay. No dice. Behind the tree.
How? How did it come to this? Is this the reason we traveled the stars? Why we sought other life forms? Is this it? Is this the answer? No, it cannot be. It cannot be.
It's heading south. That over there. Let's check over here. Nope. Here we go.
Compiling report for dissemination to Hermes and all people of Aetheris. Processing expedition data. Preparing profiles on intelligent civilizations. Formulating answer to the question. Finalizing report. No, Echo, you mustn't listen.
We're running a lot.
It's wrong. It's all wrong.
Meteon's anguished voice flees towards the lake.
Any sign of Meteon?
About that?
Panicked and confused. Which will make it all the more difficult to predict her movements. Hermes, what do you make of the situation? The Materia are linked into a single mind, a shared consciousness which connects them across any distance. I suspect something has happened which disrupts its usual harmony. How might we access this shared consciousness of theirs? Much as you would approach any sentient being directly. In the Materia's case, that means speaking to any incarnation within physical reach. So unless we can track down the Meteon we just lost, we have no means of communication with them. No way of knowing what befell her sisters, no way to provide directions or guidance. Then we had best set our musings aside and concentrate on how we might find her. Let's go then. My dear Meteon, what did you witness out there that frightened you so? Why do you seek to keep it from us? What terrible could it possibly be? Follow, wander, stumble, listen. Hythlodaeus has a suggestion. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Meteon renders herself invisible by matching her etheric density to that of her surroundings, does she not? If so, could we not disrupt her concealment with a third-foot of ether? Much how Emmett Suck solidified your presence when first we met you. Don't be absurd. I could hardly channel ether to a recipient whose whereabouts are hidden from me. Which is why we must all work together. Echo will continue to search in the same manner as before, but this time with you in tow. Once she ascertains Meteon's likely location, you proceed to reveal our wayward familiar with the swift ethereal downpour. Very clever, and thankfully she has made herself easier to capture by fleeing towards Lethe. Assuming she is made visible, it should prove no great feat to herd her into a corner. And we have our plan. Echo and Emmet will be our tracker and trapper, respectively, while we others predict to and obstruct Meteon's avenues of escape. Emmet and I will keep an eye on each other's ether to help coordinate our efforts. Let us be about it. Well, it seems we are partners for the time being. Let us return to where we last saw Meteon and pick up the trail from there. I will keep myself in a state of preparedness, ready to rain down ether on a moment's notice, meaning it falls to you to keep the way clear. Alright.
disturbance. I'm not seeing others, and this is a pretty small area. Nothing this way. Why don't we try another route then? Oh, over here. You calm your mind and sense questing for any hint of Meteon's presence.
Why can't I fly? Are my functions being restricted? Hide, yes, I'll just have to hide. Then where no one can find me.
Meteon's anguished voice heads towards the water's edge.
She went to the lake.
As if this wasn't tiresome enough. Well, at least that an open and expand should make her easier to find. We won't lose her this time. You up there? I'm only seeing this one spot. And somebody's in the cutscene here, so.
Not here. I'm not here, please.
Over there.
By that rock, is she? Very well. Why could I hide?
We will hear your report, good or bad.
Echo, what are you saying? Everything is so faint. I'm sorry, I'm not strong enough. Stay away, I'm begging you. Don't make me say it. It will break him, his poor fragile heart.
Now we have a chance. Once the others are in position, the two of us can herd her into their midst. What if it's that, like, there's something that's been, like, destroying intelligent life forms out in space or whatever? And Meteon came in contact with it, and is basically being, like, assimilated or something by it, and that's why. Oh my goodness. I forgot about Emmett Selk! Oh no. Oh, I forgot. I was on. Emmett's probably like, wait a minute. Get back here, you fool. Why are you riding off on that wolf of yours? He's so far. I'm sorry, Emmett. The would-be savior of Ethereum's past and future returns after you, my good hero. Well, there she goes. Not much to do but wait. General just vibe of that whole ordeal. over there. Near a teleporter, it would appear. Discuss the teleporter. Is this teleporter not in use? It seems to have been left to the mercy of the elements. Either way, it bears no trace of Meteor distance. We move on. Alright. There, I see her. Let's go. At least it's in the direction of this island that we haven't covered yet. Where might she be hiding? Behind this tree, perhaps? No? Maybe back in the direction of the little passageway? The pathway? Yep, looks like it.
Aha! Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
Alright. Spooky man. And then I'm coming up from behind.
Please, Mission. We must speak.
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry. If someone can hear these words, then please. Please protect them. Protect them all.
From what?
Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable. Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings. All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected. Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified. Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found, only their lingering essence. Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
They are all
Dead.
dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter.
Oh.
Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands.
Mankind is pretty good
Their
at killing itself,
determination regarding
basically.
their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteon?
I tasked her with asking what others live for. What gives their lives meaning.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so. But if Meteon finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
There's no meaning.
Meteon, enough! Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage. Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
Turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteon back to Amarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Meteon. It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard. Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
What are you about to do, Hermes?
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteon. Not until she has finished her report. All else must wait.
Skinning away.
You fool!
What are you doing, Hermes? Why, Hermes? Why could you not leave all well enough alone? Will these answers assuage the pain you feel when the Christian is returned to ether? And you never cast your accursed question to the distant stars. You may have one day learned to be at peace with upon this one. Caging the messenger, Hildeus is pondering what to do next. Hermes has headed to Kitsis. Considering the expansive dimension of the place, even we may have a difficult time locating his ether. All I can say is he has entered from the rooftop, is likely at the uppermost point of the facility. So, we pursue him. Of course we pursue him. No matter what Hermes might be thinking, Meteon is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. The Convocation's duty to safeguard the star takes precedence over any personal stake in the matter. Hana, Echo. 'Tis clear we stand on a precipice, but we have yet to determine beyond a shadow of the doubt that Meteon is the hands which tip us over the edge. Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase. And even if neither Hermes nor Meteon is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. Agreed on all counts. To Kitsis Hyperborea do we go. Alright. Is our trash dungeon going to be with those three? I hope it's with those three. I mistake the dislike the looks of these. Judging by the crowd, something is afoot. What have we here? Excuse her, has something happened inside Kitsis? Mistress Vana, I'm glad you're here. No one knows what prompted it, but the alarm was sounded and Kitsis put into a state of alert. Procedure dictates that we must evacuate immediately, and we have yet to investigate further. This is Hermes doing, obviously. And what does this state of alert entail exactly? A field of dampening magic is draped over the entire facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. Kitsis scholars and observers are unaffected, but everything and everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capabilities. Then consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business with Chief Hermes, and we must enter the premises at once. That said, if Hermes was willing to enact such measures, I wonder what other obstacles he has seen fit to drop in our path. With that enfeebling spell in place, we are not like to be at our fighting best. And I was hardly an effective combatant to begin with. I've little to offer beyond my ethereal vision.
Then you will put your talents of yours to good use. You were fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses, if I recall. Fairly skilled, now you've gone and raised everyone's expectations. We all need only make the most of your strength, and I will fill the gaps as required. I was once a Zem, after all. 'Tis my job to rise to the occasion, be that as a defender, aggressor, or healer. I feel better about my lack of prowess already. And you, Emitsuck, can impress upon us your arcane mastery. You lop out in spells as easy as breathing, but also channel the power in the protective manner if you so choose, yes? Well, yes, should the situation call for it. Excellent. You shall cover us from all fronts. Your tale led us here, Echo. 'Tis only right that you lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we will win through to Hermes and Meteon. And then we will face the future together. Right. Alright. Kitsis Hyperboreae now accessible. Alright, we're gonna take a short break, real quick, and then we will begin. Alright, let's talk for a bit. Emitsuck. From the moment we met, our visit was devolved into a never-ending series of complications and irritations. In spite of that, I have gained one useful thing. An awareness of dynamis. To think that a power with the potential to corrupt ether has largely escaped our notice. Whether or not I believe your tale, the fact underpinning your narrative will be the source of much debate. So much that I act not for the sake of you and your fantastical quest. My duty demands that I apprehend Meteon, and if it now means Hermes as well, then so be it. I said that Hermes was likely perched somewhere at the highest point of the facility, but reaching him will be no mean feat. To put it simply, Kitsis Hyperborea contains a multitude of fast space links together at the seams, meaning the interior is far more massive than even the grandest structure might otherwise suggest. Even a colossal facility filled top to bottom with savage creations will not stop you. Not with Vana and Emitsuck at your side, and I too will be there, of course, cheering you on. Bleak as the contents of Meteon's report might be, many could hear it and remain content with their lives. But not Hermes. For him, the veneer of perfection has long been cracked, and it was to the distant heavens he looked for a means to repair it. I understand his anguish after a fashion. My own refusal to return is in opposition to the world's established order. Yet for me, my imperfections only enhance the fragile beauty of our star. I will fight to see it delivered from destruction, warts and all. Alright. So,
You can do anything. You can do tank or DPS. Alright. Oh, I think whew, adjusted the volume real quick there on my I have a little thing on the side. Alright, so let's see here. Yeah, with me being a DPS, I believe this is what the thing will have to be. So there we go. Kitsis Hyperbore. Interesting. Oh, here's the snow biomes. Kitsis Hyperbore. Boreai. Boreal. Kitsis Hyperborea. Emmett sucks a Dark Knight. Aww.
Please, turn back, else I might be forced to.
It seems he is determined to protect Midian. Aye, a bright bother that this is going to be. Have you ever wondered whether your creation is a beneficial existence to the star? Wonder no more. For at Kitsis Hyperbore, our mission is to determine the answer. For temperate plains, tropical jungles, from smoldering volcanoes to frozen fields, we put creation to the proof in a wide range of meticulously recreated environments. Will creation be able to survive the wider world, or will it threaten the survival of other species? The answer is to such questions and more. Our highly trained staff will uncover.
Stand firm.
Oh crap, misinput. Yo, Stone Skin!
I see you opening.
You guys take care of that real quick. I'm gonna grab ourselves a panther. Incoming! Have fun, Emmett South.
Out of my way! I'm not entirely useless.
Prepare yourself.
It's a shame we probably won't be able to bring these guys to any other locations, any other dungeons, but it's still really cool. I'm glad they took to seeing that people really loved Em itself and were like, yo, let's make him a duty where you can play as the three like Emertine people are most curious about. Em itself, Vana, and his Lodeus. Alrighty. Good news is, I don't get the experience at the end of this, which means I don't have to worry about food buffs or anything like that. Ooh.
Have a taste.
Now that I think about it, this makes it super appropriate that Emmett South was the bad guy in Shadowbringers, since that was the Dark Knight thing. And Vanak is a paladin. Though it seems that she also probably has Dragoon in her as well, considering how she took care of that shark earlier. That's cool. Old stone skin lasting forever. Wonder what else we're gonna face here. Oh. Alright. Just two of them, single target will be more than enough.
I see you opening.
In hindsight, I should have gone and dyed my robe to match Vanaz. Since we're like pupils, with her pupil, basically. I feel the first boss is right past that door over there. I feel like we're now at the point where I need to start replacing my gear. Lisa. Alright, would that we didn't have to put down the creations. Oh dear, this fellow seems distinctly inclined to let us pass. And we have no choice but to force our way.
I see you opening.
Frostbite and Seeker. Is it trying to hide from us? Seriously, the power vice could be useful this way. It's a shame about the telltale sign. Oh, oh please. Alas, it is no use on us. Having you two with me is just cheating.
Have a taste. Have at you.
Was trying to confuse us, so very creative. I've had enough of this mammoth methods, but we won't be confused so easily. I must say, this isn't promising. I don't know how you're supposed to identify it, but hey.
Have a taste.
True reprisal. My dude's got upgraded reprisal.
I see you opening. Out of my way.
made it? Oh, we watch where his footprints go. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong people to try and fight against. May you find your peace in the ethereal sea. Come, we mustn't tarry. Well, I'm level with these. 542. All right. Oh my goodness, another same person, a different account, but with the same kind of like, oh yes, here, 5 viewers. Alright.
I see you opening.
Alright, you guys stay here. Let's see if I can find anything else. Whoop. Hey, I'm it. I brought you some new toys. Yo, did he just use that, what I think he did? One move we have to dodge, we're choosing which direction it's going. Yo. Hades, my boy. Lots and lots of birds. I'm warning you, stay away. Well, at least he has a courtesy to warn us.
Have a taste.
I have you.
Alright, let's keep a move on. Ooh, treasure coffer. Bending, alright. Alright, it's a fair distance. We'll stick with these.
Out of my way.
Oh, messed that up.
Out of my way.
This may sting. There.
Alright, time for reading. According to the Mistress Lisa, her creation is based on the concept of a bipedal wolf, and indeed is impressive man-like in its gait. It is also highly intelligent, as is evidenced by its ability to employ tools, while the gleam in its eyes gives the impression that it comprehends our words. If this proves to be the case, it would be a shame that its throat isn't designed for speech. We must make mention of this in the next report. Alright, let's go. Conseo Lapis.
He may have his flaws, but you can't fault his managerial prowess. Is that something you you value very highly? I assume you would, Emmet.
I see you opening.
I can't tell if Hythlodaeus is saying I see you opening or I see a new opening. One of the two.
I see you opening.
Okay, I see you opening. There it is. Written in plain text, even. Alright, let's go. We at the next boss? This feels like an ambush is coming. Here we go. Landon Lord. Seriously, you want me to just wait? You may. Alright, seriously, you want me to discuss this candidacy now? Goodness me, what manner of thinking is behind this? There's truly no accounting for taste. It's like a three-headed snake mine. Inhale. And then Lord draws in ether. It's unleashing it with pyrogenic breath. Just gotta be behind it, I guess. Yeah, it's a AoE without a traditional marker to trip you up. Inhale.
Now, it's through to
How about you?
He draws an ether. Acrylic breath. Interesting. He used his tail. Fireball.
out of my way.
He must be indicating with that earlier image of what he was going to do. Okay. Oh, I see. The two heads are glowing with ether. He's going to shoot out on either side. Yep, that side and then the other side. I see. Intimidation deals damage.
I'm not entirely useless.
Alright, so these fireballs, drawing an ether, is going to be doing the middle, which looks to be a stack mechanic.
I see you opening.
Alright, let's get you. More fireballs, don't want to be in line with any of them. Should be good from here though, yeah. Alright, so center. So do the left and right. No, you don't. A pass for Constitution, but a fail for Intelligence. If its concept is submitted, I will be certain to reject it. Ooh, new pants.
Alright. Stats are they? Crit, direct hit. Perfect. Oh my goodness, this is the third time somebody has tried to go and be like, yeah, just buy. My guys. Chill.
I cannot let you take Meteor. Not yet.
We're taking Meteon whether you like it or not. Crap, I messed up. Okay.
I see you opening.
So much for a buffed jump. Oh well. Dungeons are all about just kind of rolling with whatever happens to work, so. Alright, teleporter. Oh, a bounce pad. There we go. There's a good number of them too, which is nice. Hey, Flodes, do you need that ring? No, I'll keep it for myself. Oh, I see. You get experience for every boss you defeat. Okay. It's good to know. Because I just got 929 from that recent boss a second ago. Alright, next teleporter, away we go. How far up are we going? Whoa!
I must hear their answers before they're expunged from existence.
I see you opening.
Have a taste.
Let's take it. Could you maybe stay a little bit closer to us, dude? Thank you. Let's go ahead and wipe these out.
I see you opening.
What's up next? Two more? Gotcha. Big boys this time. Alrighty. And that will make one. May as well go and debuff you as well. I see, continuing with the ancient mechanics, we're back in the Bar Dragoon comp from like ARR.
This may stick.
more aiming gear. That's fine. Here we go. Hermes. Wing Defiance, Hermes.
So, it comes to this. I have no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield. Though the world may think me a mad, desperate fool, I will hold fast to my conviction.
To protect Meteon, he would go far as to transform, so far as to make himself a villain.
I will have the time and tranquility I require. Gust and gale, gather to me! Ancient brand, unleash your power!
Okay. Oh, your launch? Oh! I did not move fast enough. He just went and scooped me up and sent me flying to my doom. At least most of the traversal is just between jump pads. Oh, I didn't even read this bit. Sexual creation of migratory birds who travel across between continents and seasons came as stubbornness could be a virtue, but this is a little excessive. Season came as a breath of fresh air to the long stagnant realm of flying life forms. In the end, it was a relatively simple thing to grant creatures the ability to navigate by celestial bodies, but this method lacked the precision needed to guide them to the same location each time, as would be vital for their survival. The breakthrough came in the form of magnetic fields, the use of which was discovered by incumbent Fan Daniel during his tenure as the chief observer of the Elves. A truly inspired idea that was brought lasting benefits to the star. Alright, Fan Daniel. It's a previous Fan Daniel, actually. Alright.
I will have the time and tranquility I require. Gust and gale, gather to me! Ancient brand, unleash your power!
Where are we looking to? Between there and... Okay, all of these. So we're going here? No, we're not. 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 Heal me, please. Heal me, please.
Dancing winds, pierce my bones!
I cannot read the winds.
Stars on high, fall as rain! Fall!
Okay. I see. Alright. Good to know.
Out of my way.
Oh boy.
I'm not entirely useless.
Oh, Hermes got interrupted by Hythlodaeus. That's awesome. stairs first.
I see you.
We'll stand here and then we'll move diagonally.
I see you opening.
See, I'm not completely illiterate. It's because of that Asian or Emertine intellect, you know, unsundered and all that. That's why. Need to see a interrupt, like as a main mechanic in the dungeon.
Stars on high. All is ready.
All right. Same dance as last time. All right.
I'm not entirely useless.
Even when transformed. But I am not finished yet.
Wait, no. Not good time for that yet. $88. 2 life drains now. Or life surge or whatever it's called. I do feel bad, Hermes, but new gloves. I'll handle these once I get out because I need to glamour them. And Codex, which is Scholar. Okay. A merry chase he led us on. Hopefully he has calmed down a little. Let us leave the rest to Emmett Selk. Hermes.
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteon into custody. And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
Meteon, I am so sorry. Would that I could have listened to your report in full. Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others. That they might reconsider their chosen course. But I have failed. And that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased, heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a
Oh,
world
no.
bereft of animosity.
She's turning.
They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory. One race had concluded that finite time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live. Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best. That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived.
Oh boy. Nihilism hasn't entered the Discord channel.
Even now their souls cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice. Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Aetheris, rejoice, for we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence.
One of those, like, living is pain, therefore we make you
There is
unlive.
no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful. We will make our nest at the edge of the universe, and there in the dark of dead worlds hoard sorrow and suffering. There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star. Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Aetheris.
Who are you to decide our fate? To decree we live or die? you lost your mind? You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed.
And he deems mankind flawed.
If we ourselves are flawed, does it not stand to reason that we too should be discarded?
That is sophistry, and you know it.
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. Who is to say that you are right?
Me. I say I'm right.
Let us settle this with a determination. In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist. If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified, he will surely find a way to avert his demise. If not, he will perish from the start. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos! Awaken!
Ooh.
Memory reconfiguration system Kairos activated.
Oh, that.
Awaiting instruction.
Command. Universal memory alteration. Target area. Catesis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of Emmet Selk of the convocation at Propylion. Endpoint. The present. Erase the memories of all events and replace with a vague recollection of the following. I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to Emmet Selk and Hythlodaeus. Meteon's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated.
So this is how they're going to work with having events still work
The
out.
resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer. Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
Go, Meteor. To the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
So fleeing the star wouldn't be a solution then.
Won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
Will my blessing of light keep me from forgetting? Oh, it's Vana breaking through.
This ends here!
Fly, Meteor!
That is far enough, Hermes!
Argos, to me!
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
Okay.
As if we needed more pressure. No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world. This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with, not yours.
Right.
Your own struggle awaits, and no one else can take your place. You must flee this place with your memories intact, and I will see that you do.
Thank you,
Now
Hythlodaeus.
then, where is it? There you are, my little confluence.
Fast doggo.
Almost! Oh. Very well then.
Marked it.
You may elude us this day, but not forever.
But now you need to stay out of the way of the memory alteration spell thingy. Don't go back.
Meteon's gotten away.
Second process complete. 1 remaining to execution.
Ugh. No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am. But neither can I let you escape!
Uh-oh. Break it behind us, please. Uh-oh. I'm a dragoon. I can make the fall. I can make the landing.
Too brave by half. Exemplary work, as always, Emmett Selk.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was... over...
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping you would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
Especially least of all with a bow.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate. Though, in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azen.
2 doggos. That's why she came back.
There's no time! Quickly! Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
Thank you, Emisalk.
Final process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
Go, Argos!
Been through a bit.
I'm fine. Just a little tired. Can it be true? Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life?
Midgard's
Are
said
the stars
similar.
above no more than husks of fallen civilizations?
That is the last bastion of hope in the universe.
And yet, I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteion's presence, and the place where to we must go. Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her, one which allows us to follow her trail.
That's good, at least.
She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris, and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down.
We'll have to take the airship then. Or
But
not the
thanks
airship,
to Emmet
the
Selk and his
spaceship.
Ladeus, all is not lost. We remember. So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
Right. So, what now?
What indeed? Let us begin by ascertaining the situation at Catesis Hyperborea, where the others should still be.
Couldn't we just tell the others again? Though they might not believe us.
Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case... I am sorry, my friend. I've asked much of you this day. But may I trouble you one last time?
Oh, whoa. Let's go, Argos. Or are you gonna go and check out for us?
Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him.
Okay.
Now, close your eyes and open your mind.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests. But Meteion, her shared consciousness became unstable. And she...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kyros's accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Venar and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
We did?
If Venar was with us, I have no recollection of it. But that there is her familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress is well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word. Perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
Curious. I must ask Venar about it when next we meet.
Yes, yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteon did, it seems he bore the brunt of it. Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects. Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
Yes, of course. As you see fit.
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld. If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
Which means Emmett Selk became aware as soon as we defeated him. Of all of this.
Let us rest. If only for a while. After all, you and I... Oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
Long, long way. Okay. Are you feeling at all recovered? I understand that your exertions were more than purely physical, but resting one's body, if only for a moment, is never without merit. As for Hermes, I think it is unlikely he will create more entelecchies. He poured much of himself into Meteon, and now that she and her sisters are gone, dissipated in his mind, the grief must be unbearable. He will blame himself. He will believe that, and had he never acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world, then he and Metea would never have been born to suffer and die. The offer to join the 14 will be a welcome distraction, and one day hence he will face the advent of the final days in his role as Daniel. But what about now? So yeah, I've got 2 of these now. Next up will be Lance Mastery 4, which increases Gershko and Nastrond, and will finally give me Wormwind Thrust. Thou must live, die, and know. But now it's watching you in quiet contemplation. Echo, listen to me. Our duty now is not to denounce Hermes for his misguided determination, or to convince Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus that they have been deceived. No, we must instead ensure that the experiences Hermes sought to expunge are preserved. What remains in our memories alone will be our weapon against the final days.
You must fight this battle in your age, and I in mine. Come, let us walk together once more, and I will see you to the door of the Propylaeon. So we need to head back, basically. We're so easy that we could just solve the problem in this time and any place, but Meteon already is at the edge of the universe, which means that's the face, or rather, the voice that we heard after Zodiac was destroyed. So, that means that whatever we face in the finale, Meteon is surely to be there, if not it itself. In general, the fighting against like a nihilistic foe generally is less interesting, but I trust that they can do something with it. Just because, like, I feel like being able to move past and kind of not focused on the kind of like problems that nihilism brings up is one of the it's one of those things where there's not really an answer for it, but there's not really a right or wrong answer, basically. Like, even if on the grand scale there's not much of an impact, there's not much of a point, that doesn't mean that there isn't any in the short term, and that's what we experience. Just because other people make mistakes doesn't mean that we're guaranteed to make them, even if we do ultimately make them in the end. Your time in this age is drawing to an end. Upon speaking to Vana, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It's recommended you set aside sufficient time.
So, it is within. The portal that brought you hither, and will take you home.
Right. Yes, this is where we part ways. Me staying and helping wouldn't do much in the end.
May you and yours emerge triumphant. Make use of the knowledge you have gained, that your days in Elpis and our friend's sacrifice be not in vain.
Right.
With Meteon free to pursue her designs, 'tis only a matter of time until the final days are upon us. We must be ready. From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done. In spite of this, we cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge. Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our control.
And that's probably what causes the final days.
I must carefully consider who can be trusted and bring them into the fold. Ordinarily, I wouldn't hesitate to call upon the 14. However, it was the desire for a fair determination that drove Hermes to attempt to erase our memories. And were he made aware of his actions, there is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe.
Right.
Alternately, we might try to alienate him from the convocation. Yet in doing so, we would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind who would be invaluable in the crises to come. Quite the dilemma. Which is why I must work independently of the convocation. Regardless of how we proceed, if we are to permanently avert the final days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge. We must prove that mankind is worthy to exist. And this hinges, I think, on how we confront the all-consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end.
Right.
Bewildered and divided, we would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins. We could not hope to survive the final days, much less take the battle to Meteon at her nest.
Right.
We must find a way to defeat despair, to unite and prepare as many as possible for
I
the
feel like
struggle
you
ahead.
don't defeat despair, though. You can accept it and bring it into a part of you. Move forward.
Heavy will weigh the burden of guiding this legion of souls.
But
Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As long as he believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve. So I will not give up on him. On us. You may find your world to be very different. Or perhaps the erasure of our friends' memories has sown the seeds of a conjunction between us. We cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive to do my best, taking naught for granted as I walk my path. And I pray you walk with me to the end. As you move forward, so too will I, as will all, resolved to fight for the morrow. And when mankind has found the strength to stand against despair, we shall silence the song of oblivion. She who sings it will learn our journey is far from over. This I promise.
sounds good to me.
Fare you well, my light of the future, till we meet again.
After we disappear, as Zem walks in, it's like, oh hey there, Vana, how's it going? Now we make our way back.
From this day forth, I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Vandani.
And then the final days.
Even now, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame. Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the seas. Where resignation rots the trees. Where terror twists magics into abominations. Such is the lament of they who have gone before. The song of they who tried and failed to create a better world. The song of the end. That which hides at the edge of the universe is no longer Hope's creation. It is hopelessness incarnate. That day, mankind saw half of its number sacrificed to bring forth Zodiark. And covering the star in a shroud of ether, we forestalled the final days. Yet the cries echoed still. We wept for innocence lost, wailed for death inevitable. A reality too terrible to bear. And for too many who sought comfort in gilded memories of joyful days and tranquil nights.
Oh, and you can see Final Doom over there.
This is all wrong. Why must we suffer so?
It needn't be like this. No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were. To reclaim the perfect paradise we once had.
No, my friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise. No civilization, however great, could eliminate it. If we would live, we must accept it as our constant companion.
Right, like I said.
Let us not seek to forget this tragedy. Let us carry it in our hearts, that we may grow stronger and know true happiness.
We can't accept it. We won't accept it. It will be ours again. A world free of sorrow.
No, it will not. For there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time. So please, open your eyes. To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness. No paradise is without its shadows. If we cannot accept this truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
Mighty Zodiark, God born of our boundless faith, we bid you, hear our prayer.
No.
Accept this offering of lives, and deliver unto us the lives we once had. Deliver unto us the days
I didn't want to hear it.
The days when the star was a font of love, and we knew naught but bliss.
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning and my purpose. My love. In spite of, or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential, in his ability to find a way forward. So let there be no way back. From that temptation, I sunder us. No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth, he shall walk.
But nah.
All is excruciating pain. I breathe fire and torment. I birth a world of suffering to mire and plague. In one fleeting moment, lives come and go, ever moving towards the unknown. And in that fleeting moment, they cry for the answer to the question. Why, given life, are they meant to suffer, to die?
From the very beginning.
As fragmented, imperfect beings, yours is a never-ending quest. A quest to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured. To find the strength to continue when all strength has left you. To find joy even as darkness descends. And amidst deepest despair, light everlasting.
My respect for Highland has increased infinitely through this whole thing.
A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then
Shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age?
Back in the Crystarium. Back to the final days. Alright. It was this color. I don't have, I have Regal Purple back at the house. And by the house, I mean with my retainers. But we're gonna have to end here. I've got a doctor's appointment that I have to prepare for and go to. That is within the hour. So when we return, we will meet up with our friends and talk about what truth we found out and see what we can do about trying to solve this problem. There's one thing that we've learned at the very least. It's that just trying to escape to another star isn't an answer. Even if we were willing to sacrifice the others, we'd just be fleeing to yet more despair that we'd have to face there again. Whether that be within a lifetime or not, or several. Either way, we'll rest here for now. Alright. You'll have a good couple of hours. I'll be back once I have returned from my doctor appointment. Probably give myself a little bit of time to do some daily stuff off screen. But yeah, keep an eye out for my for a message on Twitter for when we continue. In the meantime, I'll see you guys later. Be happy, be safe, and I'll see you then.